And watch Spar and napping before we actually get on with it. Well, first thing we're going to do is the holiday event, which I completely forgot was a thing. Was a thing this week. I was too distracted with the new stuff they added with the patch. Side quest. And then we'll probably dive into the dungeon. forget. And oh yeah, made Svar in a nice little new outfit. Now that I have access to, now that I can mix and match class glamours. Unfortunately, Svarin doesn't have quite as big of a glamour dresser as Erna does. Thank you. It is very pretty. And yeah, you probably shouldn't be sleeping in something like this. Clearly that didn't stop him, though. Warren, what a pleasure it is to see you again in this most festive of seasons. Allow me to reiterate my thanks for your contributions to Starlight's past. Clearly. Inspired by an old Ishgardian tale, the Starlight celebration is about granting the wishes of children. And this year, we are bringing back the festive market that offers joy and merriment to young and old alike, the Starlight Stalls. The first time around, the Carline Canopy supplied us with Kinder Punch, a kind of mulled punch which we provided to guests. It proved tremendously popular, so we are planning to provide it again, with a twist. I hope we're not talking alcoholic here. My glasses real quick. Alas, with all the celebrants busy attending to the preparation at the stalls, we haven't been able to get working on said twist. If you are not otherwise occupied, might you be willing to lend us a hand? Sure thing. I am truly grateful. Without further ado, please join me at the Carline Canopy stall at the market. There I shall explain the particulars to you. When you are ready, the guide yonder will be glad to escort you through. I shall see you anon. Ah, so you are the adventurer who has agreed to help us. If you would follow me, I shall take you to the Starlight Stalls. To the stalls we go. And hey, there's lots of people running around. I see I'm not the only one who decided to pick Saturday to do this. My thanks again for assisting us. I've asked Miyun to join me in explaining our punch plans. She should be along any moment now. Ah, so you're the adventurer who's been roped in to help. An excellent choice, given the fine work you did distributing the punch last festival. It was a favorite among attendees, and the mugs had the desired effect of promoting the Carline Canopy. When I mentioned this to my guild counterparts in the other city-states, they were keen to have their homes represented on the mugs as well. So we had these beauties made. I mean, might be inspired by it. They bear local vistas and motifs, such as a galleon for Lumsa and a cactuar for Ulda, with seasonal flourishes worked in for the festive touch. Since we have now 3 lovely mugs, we thought it would be fitting to serve up 3 varieties of Kinder Punch. In Gridania, punch is traditionally made by simmering the juice of locally grown apples with blood currants, cinnamon, and various herbs. So apple cider. For the Lominson and Old Dawn varieties, I'm keen to incorporate ingredients found in their respective locales, but I haven't been able to decide on what. And therein lies our request. Well, can we get some mulled punch punch, please? Whoa, new mug designs! Are the pictures of other cities? I wonder what they're like. Ah, young Joltane. The punch isn't ready yet, but it shan't be long now. We are currently preparing 2 new varieties, you see, using ingredients from the cities shown on these mugs. How fitting. It does me well to see the youngling's curiosity for faraway lands. It further motivates me to serve up Kinder Punch that will not disappoint, which brings me back to the task we have for you. We ask that you investigate what ingredients we should use to create punch that best captures each nation. Vidani's market attracts many visitors from the realm over, and adventurers such as yourself should have no trouble identifying suitable individuals and coaxing out the relevant information. Let's see what other types of drinks we'll get out of them. Your confidence is most assuring. I shall apprise the other celebrants of the situation and then return to meet Keto's amphitheater. I look forward to your findings. So you're an adventurer? That's so amazing! Alright, back out we go. So we got 3 different types of alcohol in there. Arguably 3 types of, ooh! Whole apples and oranges. Ooh, cool. They really wanted to taste like apples and oranges. You wish to make a drink that represents Ul'dah? Tea would be a good place to start. We Uldahns can't get through the day without a good, strong brew. It's served up anywhere you can get a feed. Doesn't matter if it's a slap-up meal or just a sweet treat. I've heard tell that the Sultana takes hers with generous helpings of butter and honey. Aside from tea, Thanalan has specialties like vanilla, cloves, black pepper, and pearl ginger. Yeah, I was thinking Ul'dah would probably do ginger. The finest stuff can cost as much as gemstones. Yeah, I can see that. It's so fruity, I can't even taste the alcohol. So you're on the floor. What's that? Ingredients that are distinctly Ul'dah? Well, most of my countrymen would say noble and spices. But that would be selling our cuisine short, for dining should be an adventure. Thrill of the unknown, the triumph of audacity. A dish should have all the drum of a championship bout at the Colosseum, oh yes. Such an experience may be a little stimulating for the children, but we grown-ups can appreciate a little excitement. Wouldn't you agree? So you're arguing for... So that was arguing for putting the punch in Kinder Punch. You want to make punch with a Lominson twist? Then you'll want to use plenty of Lunasian oranges, lowland grapes, and lemons. Another fruity drink here. Lunasian citrus is renowned far and wide. It's featured heavily in Lominson cuisine ever since sailors started using it to ward off scurvy, and I always ensure that our restaurant has ample stock. I'm in charge of procurement of the Bismarck, you see. If you're after quality citrus, I'd be glad to introduce you to our suppliers. Oh, she's getting free advertising. Welcome back, Svarn. Were you able to learn anything promising? Oh, yeah. Oh, those ingredients seem representative of Limsoliments and Ulda indeed. We celebrants should be able to procure the items, so pray leave it to us. Once the Kinder Punch has been prepared, we would be pleased if you would do the honors and serve it. When it is time, please present yourself to my colleague at the Starlight Stalls. And if you happen to have a moment now, might I trouble you to speak with the little ones from earlier? I'm hoping that you could learn which city holds the greatest interest for each of them. In so doing, you would be able to recommend varieties of punch that would be the most meaningful. Back to the stalls we go. Punch is almost ready. I can't wait to have some. What do I like to eat? Fruits. We have apples and berries here in the wood, but I'd love to try fruits from other places too. So she'll probably want the Lominson one. Oh, you're the adventurer from before. The mold punch is almost ready? Hooray! I want to learn about all new places, so it's hard to decide on a punch. There's no ocean in Gridania, so it's my dream to go sailing everywhere in a big ship. Okay, so he'd probably like the Lominson one too. They're giving out hot drink? That sounds great. I'm visiting with my mom. It's my first time in Gridania, so I guess I want to learn more about everything here. Okay, so she wants Gridania. Excellent timing. We've received the last of the ingredients and are now brewing the new varieties of Kinder Punch. We expect a throng of children will descend upon us as soon as we begin serving. Are you ready to attend to them? Actually, let's review the cities and their punch. Gridania is located in the Black Shroud, the dominion of the elementals. The Carline Canopy's Kinder Punch uses generous amounts of apple and cinnamon, and there is a veritable bounty of the forest. Yeah, seriously. I turn away for 2 seconds and it's already done. Limsa is a culinary cradle where myriad cultures have come together courtesy of trade on the seas. Yeah. I guess having all this magic helps. The Lominson Kinder Punch blends foreign spices with Lonasian citruses to provide a fusion of flavor that reflects the mingling of peoples in the city. Ruled by the Sultana Nanamo ul Namo, the nation of Ulda thrives on commerce. Its bazaars are lined with exotic wares brought in by caravans, while the Colosseum throngs with nobles who seek the thrill of gladiatorial combat. The Uldan Kinder Punch is made by simmering dried fruits and black pepper in a sweet butter tea. The result is a flavor that is royally rich as well as stimulating. Ooh. Alright. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations. Hey, kiddo. A friend of mine used to live in Old Daw, and he tells me stories about it. I've always wanted to know what it's like there. If you have something like that? Okay. From the Old On Punch. Wow, this is really good. Like a sweet tea with spices. Is this what Old Daw smells like, I wonder? I'm going to get my friend to come too. I'd love to see what fruits from other places taste like. Do you have a punch that's made with them? Try the Leminson punch. Oh, it's sour but sweet. I love it. I had no idea they grew so many kinds of citruses in La Nocia. You here for punch too? Come on, let's go up together. All right. I heard there's a place called the Colosseum where gladiators fight each other. I want a punch that'll make me feel like I'm there. All right, you'll want the Old Dawn punch. Hello again. I've never had mold punch before. I'm not sure which one I should try. Well, let's give you the Gordonian punch. So the Colosseum is in Old Daw? I'd love to see a fight there one day. But right now, there's a fight in my own mouth. Ew, the spices in this punch sure pack a punch. Thank you. I love the apple flavor, and the mug is beautiful, too. Oh, I hope I can meet some Moogles while I'm in Gridania. What to choose? I suppose I'd like a punch that makes me feel like I'm sailing somewhere far away. Let's give you the Leminson punch. Wow, what a great blend of flavors. And I just love the design on the mug. It's ships like this that connect the whole world. Thank you, mister. I've had a lot of fun. It seems the children really enjoyed their punch. You did well indeed with your selections. From here on, we celebrants will tend to the punch distribution with your fine example as a guide. You need only report back to Angaranji. She will be eager to know how we fare. I've just finished putting out a few proverbial fires at the guild, so I thought I'd come by and see how you were getting on. The more the merrier, as I always say. And if you're here, my friend, may I assume that the Kinder Punch has been handed out to the little ones as planned? We are truly in your debt. With your help, we have not only brought the children festive cheer, but also expanded their horizons. Of course, they're all more than welcome to return and try the other types of punch. The longer they enjoy themselves at the stalls, the better. There you are, Adventure. I wanted to thank you again, and Miss Garanji and Mione, too. It was absolutely our pleasure. If you enjoyed the punch, then nothing would please us more. When I grow up, I want to be someone who knows lots about the world like you, mister. I'll go and see what's out there for myself and tell everyone all about it. And I want to tell everyone about Credonia, too. The Starlight Stalls remind me just how much I love it here. That is a wonderful wish, and I have no doubt that the spinner herself has heard it. When the time comes, it'll be my pleasure to register you as an adventurer, young man, and I'll look forward to hearing your tales of courage and high adventure. That goes for you as well, of course. Seems you've truly inspired young Joltane, and should you still have time to spare, you could potentially inspire even more souls by helping us serve up more Kinder Punch. We'd also be glad if you simply enjoyed the festivities hereon. It is entirely up to you. While the celebration continues, our guide will be pleased to show you to the stalls. My thanks again, Svarn, and happy Starlight. Yeah, right? The vendors at the Starlight Stalls are now open for business. You can speak to the Saturnine Starlight Celebrant at the Starlight Stalls if you wish to help serve more Kinder Punch. In doing so, you may well encounter some familiar faces. Oh-ho! That sounds like a good idea. here. Ah, you're back. The people can't get enough of our punch, and it's all I can do to keep mugs filled. I could use your help with the serving again, if you are willing. I should mention that a curious lady came by earlier. She spoke passionately about the spirit of culinary adventure before gifting us an array of unusual ingredients. Though I was skeptical at first, quite a few guests have enjoyed them in their beverages and accent. So if you have the urge to add a little something extra when you serve up a mug, I leave it at your discretion. I would just be glad for the break. Alright, let's serve up some punch. You bring the pots of punch to a gentle simmer. The enticing aroma attracts someone to the stall. Who could it be? Owner of the Carline Canopy, proprietor of the Drowned Wench, proprietress of the Quicksand, one of the Seed Seers, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, or a representative of the East Aldenard Trading Company. Let's start from the bottom. Oh my, if it isn't Svarin. Having concluded some business discussions nearby, I thought to drop by the festivities. What a pleasant surprise to find your esteemed self manning a stand. You are serving punch to guests, it would seem, and far be it from me to turn it down. I should like a mug of the Old Dawn variety, if you'd be so kind. Just give him the Namazu Whisker Delight Old Dawn punch. I beg your pardon, did you say Namazu Whisker? Come now, that is surely a jest. I assume you are referring to some manner of ingredient that appears as a whisker. A strand of spice, mayhap. Goodness me, that is certainly distinctive. When seeking to introduce a new specialty, I suppose uniqueness is a way to pierce a crowded market. Well, the drink has had quite an invigorating effect, so if you'll excuse me, I shall continue to peruse the stalls. Serve up some more punch. See about the Lord Commander. What a pleasant surprise to find you here, Svarin. It is a great joy to spread cheer to the children during starlight season. Though, I must confess, this little helper finds himself in need of refreshment. I asked for a mug of the local Gridanian punch. Gridanian punch with a generous dash of birch syrup. Well now, while this punch tastes quintessentially Gridanian, there is no mistaking the Ishgardian accent. Might this be an acknowledgement of the Starlight Celebration's origins? Yet regardless of the intent, the generous amount of birch syrup is a wonderful touch, and during this most special of seasons, I shall allow myself the indulgence. My thanks for the fine drink and company both. By your leave, I shall return to my duties. Many children yet await their starlight gifts, and 'twould not do to keep them. About the seeds here. Oh, hey! Mulled punch for the guests? what a delightful idea. Lest you wonder, my sister Kane is busy, as is her wont, so I am attending the festivities in her stead. I shall have a Gridanian punch, if you would be so kind. I hope this isn't too insensitive. Moogle Palm surprise Gridanian punch. Did you say Moogle Palm? So it is simply a confection made to resemble a palm. That is certainly a relief, and for my companions especially. Without further ado, then, I shall give it a taste. Well, now, that is perfectly delicious. Just try not to frighten the children over much, do you hear? Righteous of the quicksand. And of course the camera is lowered. Miyun invited me to Gridania for the Starlight celebration, and I couldn't say no. I would trouble you for a mug of Uldan punch. Uldan punch with nopal pulp. Well now, what a delicious drink. You've added nopal, cactus flesh, unless I'm mistaken. Plenty of folk enjoy nopal roasted in savory dishes, but it works surprisingly well with sweet flavors too. I might have to try adding it to our menu. Thank you kindly. Whenever you're in Ul'dah, be sure to stop by the quicksand, you hear? Rider of the Drowned Wench. I couldn't help but come to see our Lominson mugs being used, and suffice it to say, I'd be much obliged for some punch, too. Let's give him some Sweet Tooth Lominson chocolate punch. Ooh, that sounds like a nice mix. Yeah, putting chocolate in the citrusy one. Yeah, that's a great idea. Like legit. Look at me, that's sweeter than a siren's kiss. You put chocolate in here, did you? And a whole bleeding sack of sugar too, by the taste of it. No, there's folk as like something a little unusual, and you'd be surprised how many sea dogs have a sweet tooth, what with sugar being used to preserve food on voyages. I reckon you might be onto something here. Any road, I'd best be on me way. Thanks for the hospitality. Next time you're in Limsa, stop by the witch and I'll return the gesture. And one last one. The owner of the Carline Canopy. I thought I smelled a lovely aroma. I've already sampled the new varieties, so may I please have a mug of Gridanian punch? It will be interesting to see how yours compares to the Canopy's house blend. Let's give her the punch with chanterelle mushroom. Is this grated chanterelle? Interesting. These fragrant mushrooms are sought after for culinary and medicinal purposes, but I'd never imagined tasting it in a sweet drink. While it might require a more mature palate, there's a depth to this punch that's quite enjoyable. I'd be happy to have it again. Well, I should return to my duties. When you have a spare moment from your own, do come and relax at the canopy. Escape and then get up the apartment so I can drop my decorations off. Not doing this. God damn it. Got it eventually. Okay. Dungeon time. fancy. I'm sure that's fine. We are indeed. No one can match us. Jeez. You good back there, Alize? Right? Turned a grizzly bear into a polar bear. I have learned my lesson from all this? No. I'm pulling big or I'm going home. It is demonstrably not safe.
You underestimate me.
Yeah. Even if this were the safest forest in the world, I would not be safe. There we go, that went much better. Hey.
Leave the healing to me.
I'm so glad they actually have hells for tank busters. Having to figure out which was which by trial and error was not ideal. Damn it. There we go. Hmm. That looks pretty bad. Oops. Damn it. Just a little bit. Yeah, very interesting. Very good at ripping my face off, too. I don't think they want to be adopted, sadly. I wouldn't say she's too mean. Maybe not. You may want to move there, Lena.
Underestimate me!
Flags right there. I feel so squishy. jeez! Oh, those things. That one went right for poor Alfie. Oh, dear.
You underestimate me.
Hello, Lightwarden Philia. Yep. Maybe just a little.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater.
Huh. Victory is ours. Eat it, big guy.
It's releasing its ether. Fall back. We cannot let it touch us. Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw.
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption. The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you. Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
sky. It can't be.
What's happening?
It's so beautiful. The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Is that what I think it is?
The night sky. As it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Lightwarden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed, but for the present, I beg you, stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the wardens and restore darkness to the first.
Become the warrior you need.
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, XR, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, We will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin Eater is defeated.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
How quickly you have justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and Sky itself heralds your success. Single victory in a larger struggle, perhaps, but a momentous one nonetheless. Now, as for how we proceed from here... The villagers we evacuated earlier have arrived safely in the Crystarium. They seem to be accepting their situation for the moment. Most folk are far too distracted by the sky to worry about wounds or lost homes. I'm sure he's fine. He's got the blessing of light to protect him after all. I'm sure getting blasted with the power of 1,000 suns didn't hurt at all. They whisper and wonder if the Warrior of Darkness has come. It is to be expected. Svarn, I must ask a favor of you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? Seeing the light recede from Lakeland is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in a maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as the legendary Warrior of Darkness, I fear that, no matter how good your intentions, such an appearance would throw the city into disarray. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Eulmore. It may be best if you maintain a low profile until we see how Vothri responds to all of this. My thanks. Though we cannot freely celebrate your success, pray allow your heart to be buoyed by the joy of our citizens, a joy you surely brought into being. And I must ask the same discretion of you, Captain. 'Tis my intention to share with our people the tale of a great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. This unnamed champion defeated the Lightwarden, and has since departed for parts unknown, yes? As you wish, my lord. Your penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Although I expect to be told the whole truth of it one day, about all of you. With that settled, I shall return to the Crystarium and make an address to the people. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take the opportunity to rest and recover from your exploits. And to think you'll not even need to shutter the windows to enjoy a dark and peaceful night's sleep. I might do it anyway, though. Yeah, definitely a good idea to rest. I must stay behind and coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. I hesitate to ask after all you've done here today, but could I ask you to pass on a message on your way to the pendants? Please let Bragi know that we're bringing in a number of injured, and that any restoratives in the markets need to be reserved for the infirmary. We should start making our own way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you. It wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. I'm staying behind as well. There's something I need to check on in Holminster. We already went through the village top to bottom, Alize. We should all take the chance to rest, you included. I knew one of those eaters, and I can't rest, not now. So please, I wish to be left alone for a while. And that means you as well, Sven. I shall be cross if you try to follow me. Can I give you a hug before you go off, though? I promise to find you later when I feel myself again. Just you and me, then. Shall we? Flipping it all the way back just to admire the change in landscape. So different at night. God damn it. Leave me alone, gremlin! Oh, absolutely. They are pop traps, and I'm targeting them because I have a mission to kill a certain number of them. I've met that quota. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, Violet Triffid. Yeah, that too. I almost missed my turn. Oh, no. Well, does everything offend me personally, or is everything just offended by me personally? I suppose in this case there isn't much of a difference, is there? The endless cycle. You know? Ah, the Crystarium seems relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there is something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be quite as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think I should take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty to Bragi, I suggest you do the same. Even my minion agrees. Sleep well, Svarn. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Alize both. God. I'm sure we do. Sometimes. Every once in a while. Hi, what can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern like every other stumbling soul in the city? I see. Well, Captain Lena can rest assured that any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment. If you're carrying messages for the guard, does that mean you were there then? The battle at Holminster? Yeah, maybe back then. A stalwart lad like you might want to pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs, make himself known. I'm sure Glennard can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. There's the mender. All my shit is broken. And that repair everything in all inventories thing. That is actually new with the patch. Fiala, more beer for table 2, and a couple of pints of mead for table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we're rushed off our feet today, sir. Can I get you anything? Drinks are on the house. Oh, that braggy has a twisted sense of humor. To think he'd send you to me at a time like this. The first real night in near 100 years has folk all riled up and then some. What's more, there was that eater business at Holminster Switch. They say a Lightwarden was destroyed without a damn trace, and it was the Warrior of Darkness who did the deed. I really must apologize for Glennard. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumor of the warrior's appearance was the spark to their kindling. You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Aye, they swarm like angry bees around a queen. You need look no further than Holminster for proof of that. But attacks on that scale don't happen every day, praise the blessed Shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and again, an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run into on the road if your luck is foul. They're a danger to everyone, so the settlement council puts bounties on their heads. And our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. Seems a few of them were inspired by the warden slaying even more than most. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays. A class of eaters that have been dubbed the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago. And when historians heard the descriptions given by survivors, well, apparently they share an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they're also reported to be as tough as Lightwardens, not the kind of prey you can take down single-handed. Our virtue hunters had all but given up, but knowing the Warrior of Darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. That Hume over there with the oversized sword is grandson. He's in it for revenge. Wants to recruit a comrade in arms as tenacious as he is. The Mistel lad there is Louis Reek. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks. He's as hard a hunter as they come. He just lost a partner and seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Sereg. Word is he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. Last we have Giat, dwarf and drunkard both. Wanted to join forces with a healer and only a healer. Something about needing a mender's wisdom? I've seen my share of competent veterans, and you have that look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of our hunters. Who knows? Together you might even collect the bounty on a cardinal virtue. Now there's a grand idea. Imagine the prestige my bar would earn if we boasted the patronage of a successful virtue hunter. You've gained access to role quests. A separate questline and story is now available for tank, physical DPS, magical ranged DPS, and healer roles. In order to reach the final stages of the Shadowbringers main scenario, you must complete at least one role quest line. Speak with a virtue hunter at the Wandering Stairs to accept a quest offer. So, why don't we go talk to some of these guys? Oh, we can complete all of them. And in fact, you get a special bonus quest if you do complete all of them. Or I think more accurately it would be more accurate to say that if you do all of these role quests end up combining into one bigger storyline, which is very neat. Can't say I've chatted with you before. Think I'd remember if I had. Seen your fair share of fighting, have you? And where besides? Rest assured, I've no secret designs. Name's Granson, bounty hunter by trade, mostly sin eaters. When I first laid eyes on you, I had a feeling you were a tough bastard. The sort that must get mistaken for that warrior of darkness folks have been talking about recently. That right? Easy, killer. I couldn't care less who you are or what you've done. The only thing I'm looking for these days is a like-minded partner. Someone willing to join me in the hunt for the biggest prize this side of Norvrend. I'd hear the details first. Thought that'd grab your attention. Dikaiosine's the fiend I'm after, one of the so-called cardinal virtues, as folks are wont to call them. Former warriors of light, the esteemed heroes who saved the realm a century ago. Dear old Brandon was one of them, I'm told. Stop me if you've heard all this before. Anyway, like his comrades, Brandon died in the process, only to return relatively recently as a sin-eater. The better to torment we few who survived their mercy. Needless to say, I am to put an end to all that. You've heard the pitch, so what's the answer? You interested in hunting Dikaiosine with me? Not a whit of hesitation. I like you, sinner. Nevertheless, I'll need you to humor me and prove you're the dab hand I think you are. For my sake as well as yours. I've heard reports of stray eaters drifting close to the Crystarium. Come with me and put my mind at ease. Let's pick up all of these. Wait, you wouldn't happen to be... a badass reaper? Yes, of course you are. It's plain from the way you carry yourself. You're just the sort of man I've been looking for. You're perfect. My name is Louis Reek, and I am a bounty hunter. But not just any bounty hunter, I will have you know. Nay, I am not wont to settle for run-of-the-mill prey. I hunt sin-eaters. Not only that, I have recently set my sights on a particularly notable fiend, one of the 4 cardinal virtues, those infamous instigators of the flood itself. Naturally, it will take considerable strength and skill to defeat such a formidable eater, and I am not afraid to admit I cannot do it alone. However, with the aid of equally formidable allies, I am confident it can be done. And you, my friend, are exactly the sort of ally I have in mind to recruit. My options are walk away without a word or feign interest. It's feign interest. Aha! I knew you would be interested. And should the challenge alone be insufficient motivation, know that I have substantial financial resources at my disposal. You will be duly compensated for your service, rest assured. However, as much as I am certain you are the right man for the job, 'tis only meet that I put your skills to the proof. A simple test should suffice. Pray do not be offended, but you would be shocked how many people present themselves falsely in order to enrich themselves or to impress others. Let's go talk to her. Go, chug sputter. Don't you know better than to sneak up on a dwarf mid-flagon? Not even a proper greeting, neither. Look here. Tally-ho! The name's Giat. Tally-ho! See, now that's a greeting. Tally-ho's aside, just who are you, anyway? I dare say I'd remember someone like yourself if we'd ever met. You're from the same strange land as the Crystal Exarch, you say? Well, well, well. He's an odd sort, the Exarch is. He knows things, right? And he's got some sort of mystical power. Don't suppose you're the same, are you? Because I could use someone with power the likes of which this world has never known. I'm hunting sin eaters, you see. Well, one in particular. I hear they're not half bad at the job, eh? I like your confidence. And I wish I could take your word for it, since you sound like just what I'm looking for. But I have to ask you to prove it. There's no need for that. Listen here, the Sin Eater I hunt ain't your average abomination. You can't blame me for wanting to make sure that I'm not leading you to your grave. That'll be bad for the both of us. So you get yourself on over to the Forest of the Lost Shepherd, and we'll see what you've got. Last but not least, Surig. Let me guess, you're standing in front of Surig, bounty hunter non-pare, because you've a mind to aid me in felling the dread Phronesis. Do I have the right of it, or do I have the right of it? Phron, what's it? If I didn't know better, I could have sworn you just suggested that you're unfamiliar with Phronesis. But that couldn't be. No sinner worth his salt could be so ignorant. Allow me to elaborate. Phronesis isn't just your run-of-the-mill stray sin-eater. He's one of the nastiest the realm has seen, formed from the remains of one of those gods-damned warriors of light. There are 4 of them, all told, crawled up from the bowels of the deepest hell after being buried for nigh on a century, if the tales are true. People have come to call them the Cardinal Virtues. Before he was transformed into a sin-eater, Phronesis was none other than Archmagus Nielber, whose baleful magics revered the realm over Nielbert. Though it's only been a few short years since he first showed up in Almerang, he's already preyed on far too many innocents with his foul sorcery. Not keen on seeing their trade routes disrupted, the local merchants have placed a healthy bounty on his head. Of course, I'd like nothing more than to fell the fiend single-handed and claim the entire bounty for myself. Unfortunately, circumstances have dictated that I recruit a companion. That's where you come in. Provided that you can prove to me that you possess the rather, specialized set of skills that I require, I promise I'll make it worth your while. Not a bad offer, wouldn't you say? If you fancy yourself up to the task, come find me in Almerang. I mean to set off for there shortly. Cycle back to Gunbreaker. Hey, grandson. There you are. Very good. The Sin Eaters we're after were sighted west of the Exensor Gate, so we'll need to head through there before we begin our search. Oh, and if you happen to have any objections to killing Eaters for sport, remember that many were once innocent people. You'll be doing them a favor putting them out of their misery. Yeah, exactly. Want to do a quick outfit change? Just grab a new weapon. God damn it, I'm not here for you. Okay, now that that's out of the way. Alright, what did you think of that, grandson? Good, clean work. This is clearly not your first time. I thought they were more scorpion-ish than cicada-ish. But the form factor might be a bit of both. Let's do this once more just to confirm it wasn't a fluke, though. Besides, the world could do with less Sin Eaters. Follow me. It shouldn't be much further. Alright. Shouldn't be much further, he says, and it's like halfway across the map. God damn. Bird. Oh yeah, that's definitely a big old scorpion. Yeah, that'll do it. You're exactly the sort of man I've been looking for, and thank the gods for that. My apologies for subjecting you to such a silly test, but I'd rather not have an amateur's death on my conscience. Let's head back to the Wandering Stairs and make this official, shall we? Let's see. Giot. That big guy looks like an elite. Are you an elite? Yep, you're an elite, Mark. I'm giving you a wide berth. No, thank you. I'm pretty sure it would one-shot me. Hey, Giat. Oh, Svarn, glad you found the place all right. Now for the prey. That'll do. Now I just take a deep breath and... Hey! Your mother was a hobgoblin and you ain't too much to look at neither. Come here and face me, you craven shite! Though Giot lies prone, the creature appears indisposed to cease its rampage. It seems that it will have to be dealt with. She's getting a barrier healer and she's gonna like it. Ha! See, that wasn't so bad. I reckon that I broke 3 or so ribs and at least 1 femur there. Well, my bones feel just fine now. Better than before, actually. And that beast gave you no trouble. Seems that you're just what I'm looking for after all. We could talk about the rest back at the Crystarium over a drink or 3. The folks at the Wandering Stairs know how to keep 'em coming. Meet me there. Last. me. Hello, Eric. Here we are, our proving grounds. You need only slay a beast of suitable ferocity before my very eyes to demonstrate your own. Naturally, it would require bait to lure one out of hiding. Oi, my lord, got your package here. Well done, my good man. And here is your payment. Oh, this? The bait in question. Easier to have it delivered than to take a detour and pick it up myself. Rather more efficient as well. Time is money. Now then, you need only place it in the open and slay whatever comes to claim it. I cannot imagine it will take long for something to come hither. Yep. Smilodon, lured out by iguana meat. Fantastic! I knew I was not wrong about you. Come, let us return to the Crystarium at once. And who are we? Probably be easier to actually go back here and go to launch. Alright. So you came. It's good to see someone who isn't all talk. As fortune would have it, another sin-eater, a far less imposing specimen than Phronesis, of course, has been sighted just to the west of here. Prove to me you have the skill to back up your words, and we'll talk further. Not moving from my spot. Good show, friend. I wasn't sure what to expect from you, but seeing you in battle has left me with little doubt. It seems I've found myself a formidable ally. And so I'll extend the offer in earnest. Help me hunt down Phronesis, and we'll split the bounty down the middle. Well, what do you say? That's the spirit. Now, there's more you should know before we proceed. Come with me to Mordsuk, my base of operations, and I'll fill you in on the details. I do not want to walk. These are actually better than what I currently have. Welcome to Mordsuk, friend. As you can see, it's a bustling trading post frequented by merchants from across the realm. At least it was, before Phronesis showed up and started preying on unwitting travelers. Hence the bounty, you see. The lucrative reward has attracted the attention of one capable bounty hunter after the next, yet the fiend still roams free. You can probably imagine why. Those few who have seen Phronesis and returned to tell the tale speak of the great horrors they witnessed. Cavernous black holes materializing out of thin air, swallowing everything around them into the abyss. People have taken to calling them the Hollows. Rumor has it that one barely has time to lay eyes on Phronesis before he summons forth the Hollows, which proceed to consume everything in sight. And I do mean everything. Just the other day, an entire caravan was devoured by the Hollows, leaving only nothingness behind. Mages have postulated that these holes are literally tears in the fabric of our reality, gateways to other worlds, to put it another way. At any rate, suffice to say that the next man to come back from the void will be the first. And yet there's something odd about it all. Witnesses say that Phronesis doesn't seem to go out of his way to prey on people or settlements. He simply shambles across the waste, summoning hollows one after the next, and the destruction follows as a matter of course. Needless to say, drawing too near to the fiend is tantamount to suicide. Even attacks from afar have been all but futile, as Phronesis simply summons the hollows to consume every incoming arrow. With every conceivable means of attack foiled, even the most savvy bounty hunters have all but thrown up their hands, even though the bounty now stands at some 9 or 10-fold the original amount. I'm of a different mind, however. The way I see it, if only there were a way to neutralize the hollows, we'd more than stand a chance against Phronesis himself. This is why I require your services. Your easy triumph over the Sin Eater spoke clear. You're a mage of no common skill. If anyone has the arcane knowledge and aptitude to help me figure out a way to defend against the hollows, it's you. Don't worry, I fully intend to shoulder my share of the burden, and so I plan to gather all the information we need before asking you to put yourself in harm's way. And with that, I'd best get to work. Once I've formulated a proper plan of attack, we'll talk again. Until then, I suggest you continue to hone your casting skills. The battle that awaits us will not be an easy one. Level 72. Okay. Yep, to the void with us. A voice from the void. Ah, there you are, and your timing couldn't be better. As luck would have it, a little bird told me that Phronesis was sighted in the vicinity not long ago. Don't you worry, I have no intention of rushing in like a fool. My plan is to shadow the Sea Eater from afar, that we might observe the hollows with our own eyes and formulate a suitable plan of attack. To that end, I procured this mannequin here from a merchant acquaintance of mine at the Crystarium. By setting it on Phronesis' trail, I mean to gauge just how wide of a berth we must keep from the fiends so as not to be sucked up into the void. Shed no tears for the little fellow, friend. His sacrifice will be the key to our success. And yet, as you can see, he's not quite in the best state of repair. Pray lend me a hand in procuring what we need to get him back on his feet. You're a lifesaver, friend. I just spotted nasty-looking sand-skin Sibylle lurking about to the east of here, and I do believe one of their attendants should serve well to put some spring back in the little fellow's step. Snag one for me, and I'll see to the repairs. To the east we go. Leave me alone. None of you are the ones I want. There we go. I guess I can't help being popular. Alas. Yep. Rig, you better be grateful for this. Passed by so many angry Sibylluses to get the one thing you wanted. Any luck finding that tendon? For my part, I've acquired something that should serve as a makeshift gear. Cost me an arm and a leg, but hey, if it helps us claim that bounty in the end, it'll be more than worth it. Perfect. Yes, I reckon this is durable and elastic enough to replace the mannequin's snapped drive belt. I'll fetch my toolbox and get started straight away. In the meantime, why don't you scout us out a suitable lookout point? Phronesis was last sighted just southeast of town. Try to find us a spot on higher ground, out of sight from the main thoroughfare. Hello there, friend. As you can see, our clockwork friend is back in tip-top shape. And since it appears you found us the perfect lookout spot, well, we get down to work. I'll kindle us a fire. We might be here for a while. Well, I'll be. There's the bastard. Look closely now and hold your gaze. You must witness the sheer horror with your own 2 eyes. No, we mustn't send out the mannequin too soon. If Phronesis sees it, he may very well blast it to bits before it has a chance to investigate the hollows. And there he goes. I'll send the mannequin in to trail him. Let's sit back and enjoy the show. Yep. To be fair, we're kind of standing in his blind spot. He's just doing it for fashion's sake. Whee! Bye, mannequin. Just as I expected, gone without a trace. Shed no tears for our little friend. Through his sacrifice, we now know just how much distance we must keep from the hollows to avoid being sucked into the void. Now it's our turn. Let's edge a bit closer and see what we can observe. Mind you, take care not to wander too close, lest you fancy a vacation to a dark, shadowy abyss. I mean, true, but also doing it this way, you can control a bit more, how close it gets. Rather than just hoping you can throw it close enough. It's as if a shadowy whirlwind rages inside, ready to suck anything and everything into the void. I've seen many a horrific sight in my day, but this sends a shiver up the spine. Let me out. It's so dark in here. Why the pale face, friend? You look as if you've seen a ghost. A voice, you say? From inside the hollow? But that's impossible. Is anyone out there? Please, help me. Help me get out of here. Over here. Is that a voice? Is someone out there? If you could hear me, please, you must help me. I can't see anything. No road, no trees, not even an aether current to follow. Which way do I go? How do I get out of this place? This voice, what in the God's name is it saying? The voice of a boy, you say? Claims he's lost inside with no aether current to follow. Sounds like he's adrift in the flow, not unlike what would happen if an aetherite to which one was teleporting was destroyed in mid-journey. Wait a minute. What if there were some way you could channel your aether into the void? Might that not allow your etheric form to serve as a beacon of sorts to guide the child back to us? Of course, not that I know how we'd go about that. You reckon you could do just that? I won't even think of asking how. Do your damnedest. Wicked White! I knew you were no ordinary sinner, but even still you find ways to surprise me. Where am I? Well, I'll be damned, there was a child inside. Our little expedition has left us with more questions than answers, eh? But for now, this boy needs our care. Let us carry him back to Mord Sook and find him a warm bed and some nourishment. Oh good, I don't have to hoof it all the way back. The boy's resting now. He's weak, but not wounded, at least as far as I can tell. Needless to say, his presence raises questions. Are there others trapped on the other side of the hollows? If so, might they also be returned to our world alive? There's much we must ask him when he awakes. On another subject, this might be an odd question, but have you ever looked after a child before? What do you think? That makes two of us. Bounty hunters like me don't get much opportunity for babysitting. Still, until we can track down the boy's parents, I suppose I have little choice but to look after him myself. I suppose the first order of the day should be to get some food in his belly. He does look terribly pale after all. He thinks he'll go hunting for some meat. True. No, perhaps I should take him to a physician first? After all, he may be suffering from some ailments inscrutable to the eye. Or maybe I should... Damn it all, I knew I wasn't cut out for this. Yeah. Next. Just to make sure you're still keen on our arrangement. Svarn, will you join with me and hunt the dread fiend Dikaiosine and put an end to his accursed existence? Excellent. Then it is settled. Now, every hunt begins with an investigation, and ours is no exception. Dikaiosine can be a rather difficult eater to pin down. But before we commence ours, we would do well to attend to our respective preparations. Let me know when you are ready to proceed. Technically, I'm not ready yet, but... Congratulations on a kill well made, my good man. I dare say this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership. Let us commemorate the occasion with a feast. Eat, drink, and be merry. Wonderful stuff, isn't it? My compliments to the chef. Another helping? No? Are you sure? It really is no bother. Oh, very well. I should like to return to our earlier discussion, that of the virtue I have engaged you to hunt with me. Andrea is her name, and she roams Norvrent in the guise of Renda Ray, fallen warrior of light and renowned hunter of eld. She is a most elusive eater who has been sighted in every corner of the realm. Though her movements are unpredictable, she has often been witnessed pursuing and slaying extraordinarily dangerous beasts. I can well imagine the question forming in your head. Why not leave her be? If anything, is she not aiding local communities after a fashion? Alas, no, for the beasts she slays rise anew as eaters, which pose even greater threats to the small folk. So you see, this one wretched sin-eater is in truth sowing untold chaos by carrying on as she does, unleashing more of her kind on unsuspecting towns and villages all across Norvrent. Only you and I can stop her. So she was a warrior of light? Huh, what an odd thing to ask. But never mind all that. Whether or not they were heroes or villains or whatever 100 years ago doesn't matter to me. The simple truth is, Renda Ray was the greatest hunter who ever lived, and beating her at her own game would be an amazing feat, don't you think? And regardless of what the warriors of light were before they became sin-eaters, that's what they are now, so we'd be doing folks a favor by killing one. Well, what do you say, friend? Will you hunt Andrea with me? Alright, sure. So begins our formal partnership. Ah, I can see it now. You and me in the heat of battle, fighting side by side, the picture of courage and camaraderie. It's going to be grand. Naturally, it will take us time to study and understand our prey. Eaters can behave in strange and inexplicable ways, particularly powerful ones like Andrea. I've been doing my best to get inside her head, to think like a hunter, but it is easier said than done. Anyway, as soon as I have determined where we ought to begin our search, I will inform you at once. Oh, is the reward lacking? My apologies. Next time I will see that you receive rather more substantial compensation. Go, burp. There ain't nothing like a flagon of ale after a well-earned victory. You didn't do anything. I didn't say it was my victory. Of course, I did find myself a partner of uncommon skill, so maybe it was. Ha! Whatever you want to call what we just did, doing it helped us understand each other sure enough. I've seen that you're a masterful fighter, and you learned that I'm fearless as the stone, and so a fellowship is forged. Now that I'm sure you won't get yourself killed, I can tell you about the sin-eater I'm after. It's one of the so-called cardinal virtues, sulfuracine, and it's a nasty piece of work. Each of the virtues looks like one of those fools who brought the flood upon us, but this one takes after the worst of the bunch. Lamit, disgrace to all dwarven kind. Knowing that one of our own people was a warrior of light is bad enough, but sulfuracine being out there, looking all dwarf-like, well, it don't help matters. Cursed thing. The council of elders, they don't want to live with the shame of Lamit's sins no more. So the head of the council, the elder most elder, stay with me here, gave me this job. Hunt down sulfuracine, slay it, see that it don't keep sullying our good name. I'm our strongest warrior, so if anyone's going to do it, it has to be me. That's fine, I'm more than up for a contest of might. The problem I'm having, though, is that sulfuracine keeps healing itself, and it's, well, deeply annoying. I suppose it's because Lamit herself was some kind of master of the art, but sulfuracine's healing is so powerful that no matter how hard I whack it, I can't leave a scratch. To make matters worse, it also flies around, carefree as you please, resurrecting other sin-eaters. I'll be up to our eyeballs in them forever if we can't do something about those curative powers. That's where you come in, right? Yes? Great! With those skills of yours at hand, we'll find a way to put an end to this stain on my people's history once and for all. You might not have heard, but the tales say that Limit roamed the land without her helm. She willingly showed her face to those who weren't kin. She knew full well that it would dishonor her and us all, and she did it anyway. And there's the part about bringing doom on all the world. Not one of our taboos, really, but it's generally frowned upon. And now she's back, face bare to the world, a sin-eater. What could make a dwarf go so wrong? Ah, but we have ale to drink and sin-eaters to hunt. In that order. You healed my body, sure enough, but I'll need a few more flagons to restore my vigor. And by a few, I mean about 100. Come and find me later. Yeah, yeah, that sounds about right. Got her priorities in order. Giat shows no sign of having ceased drinking at any point since your last meeting. Gulp, 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 gulp. And who are you? You looking at me? You got something to say? Got you, eh? Ha! Of course I remember my new partner, and I ain't drunk neither. I'm a dwarf. It'll take more than, well, however much I had to get me under the table. And now, one more thing about me. This'll only strengthen our fellowship, I'm sure. We'll need more than just a sense of camaraderie if we're out to take down Sophrosine, so I'm thinking we should start with observation. Get you a look at its healing powers. Let you see what we're dealing with. Now, this is the perfect place to overhear the right sort of information if you listen. Don't get the wrong idea. I don't let it get in the way of no important drinking, but I do pay attention. Anyway, what I heard is that Sophrosine's been spotted in Colusia. Then I remembered, there's a little pub over in Stilltide. The Leaky Keel it's called, and they make a decent brew. Some of the folks there should be able to point us in the right direction. Go, go, go. And just what are you looking at? Fine, fine. No need to give me that murderous stare. I know what you're thinking. That Giat, you think to yourself. Always drinking and lounging about and drinking some more. What a sluggard. What a drunkard. What a magnificent beard. Oh, I wish I had a beard like that. Yes, I know. You don't need to explain yourself to me. How'd she know I was jealous of her beard? We really should work on finding you a sense of humor. Maybe deal with that after Sophrosine. It might take a while. Anyway, you'll be happy to hear that while I was waiting, I got my hands on some prime information. Also some excellent wine, which... No, information first. Right, so according to the local fisherfolk, quite a few sin-eaters have turned up near the Break Cliff lately. I suggest we go there and kill as many as we can find. We can't say for sure where Sophrosine will appear next, but if it's in the area, it won't pass up a chance to revive his fallen friends, right? And while we're at it, you can vent some of that pent-up rage you've got. Don't need to be pretty, so long as the job gets done. Just make sure to find me again before Sophrosine shows up, you hear? The wisdom of the drunkard. Let's move out of that. destination. Well, I mean, they do tend to come out swinging. That seems pretty hostile to me. Yeah. It would be nice to get a friendly one. Help out our new dancer friend here. Yeah! Finally, we found a friendly presence. Oh, eyeball, too. There's plenty of room for multiples. There were as many as it took to finish that fate. That should do it. Now we wait to see if self-foreseen shows itself, over those bushes say. And I've got the wine right here. Score. There we go, there's self-foreseen. There, that's it. He revived the other one. Oh. Hey, what's wrong? What a lonely place to die. The world outside is even worse than I feared. Someone there? You're alive? Well, why didn't you say so? I can't do much for the dead, but the living, that's a whole other matter. I can't believe it. All my wounds healed. Thank you, kind stranger. You sure are lucky that I passed by. You really might have died, you know? You'll hear no argument from me. I was a fool. I thought that the hobgoblin I was after might have friends lying in wait. Never so much as crossed my mind. Shouldn't have been out here alone. With your magic to keep me fighting, though, their numbers wouldn't pose such a problem. What do you say? You don't look to have a party of your own yet, and I could certainly use a man like you on my side. What? I'm no man, you unripened gourd. I have never been so insulted in all my life. Let me tell you what's what. I'm Lamit, proud daughter of the Soul family, and if I catch you mocking me again, I'll put you right back the way I found you hear? Yes, ma'am. I certainly didn't mean to offend. The beard misled me, you see. Ardbert's sticking his foot in it the moment he meets her. And that's that! Look, Ardbert, treasure! You certainly look the hero. Now let's see you act like one. Hello, sparring? Hey! Hey, you! Honor the slouch, half-empty flagon, craven carrot eater! Your mother was a hob and your face looks like a newborn's arse! Did you just call me a carrot eater? I thought that a refreshing round of insults would snap you out of it, and it did. Not my fault if you can't appreciate an exercise in creative wordplay. Are you sure your mother ain't a hob? I mean, she was yelling that at a rabbit folk. I mean... Just because I have rabbit ears doesn't mean I'm a carrot eater. Fine, fine, never mind. At least we got what we came for. And you didn't miss much. After Sophrosyne brought the other eater back to life, they both floated off to who knows where. But what happened to you? Yes, the Sophrosyne. No, the real Limit's passed. Ah, I knew you'd have some kind of weird power. Sounds to me like what you witnessed was the beginning of Limit's journey, right after she left home. It's odd. You said she was wearing her helm, and she helped out that injured traveler, just like any dwarf of honor would do. Maybe she wasn't born a monster, but then... It don't sit right with me neither, but standing around wondering about it won't do nothing but make us thirsty. We're done here, so let's go back to the Crystarium. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ah, there ain't nothing like a flagon of ale after a job well done. Don't give me that look. I did stop this time. You saw. And you also saw Sophrosyne work its magic. But since you haven't said nothing about it yet, I'm guessing you didn't have no sudden revelations about how to stop it. Don't worry, I didn't expect you to solve my whole problem just like that. I only need you to remember what you saw today. Keep it in your mind. And maybe something will come to you when you're working your magic elsewhere. Me, I like to think while I drink. It's the most efficient way, so you can find me here if you need me. I'll let you know when I have a plan. Alright, let's go check out Branson's stuff too. All set to embark on our great hunt, Svarin? Then let us be about it. Before you ask, I have no intention of leading us out into the wilds without even an inkling of Dicaiosine's whereabouts. Northrend may not be a particularly large realm, even before the flood, but it'd take us a dozen lifetimes to scour every nook and cranny. So we'll start by asking around a place I know for a fact Dicaiosine has attacked before. The village of Wright, on Calusia. While I don't have reason to believe he will return, I'd like to think that the survivors might know something of value. After all, you can be sure that they haven't forgotten the day the bastard came through. So let us be off, then. So, those of you who are around to witness Svarin helping out some grieving people out over here in Wright. You may recall they mentioned something about an attack not too long ago. Welcome to Wright. I reckon it might not seem like much to you, but to me... Never mind. We'll save that conversation for after. Tracking down to Dicaiosine is what matters right now. Let's split up and ask after the bastard. Better odds of turning up useful information that way, I'd wager. Yeah, it is very interesting, isn't it? Yep. Yep. Huh? Where did you come from? And what do you want with me? Dicaiosine? That thrice-damned eater that's the spitting image of a gouged knight? That Dicaiosine? I can't help ya. All I know is that when he came, Wicked White, if you had seen the carnage, you would... I'm sorry, I can't talk about this. What do you want with me? The Sin Eater? The one that came and killed everyone? Oh god, is he here? Then why are you talking about him? Oh, I knew I should have stayed inside. There's nothing but death out here now. Death and horror and eaters and... Gah! Well, learn anything worth sharing? No, yeah, I don't think he is. I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. What we saw that day, what he did to us. There's no moving on from that. your connection to this village? Well, I was planning to tell you the whole story eventually, but I suppose now is as good a time as any. I was born and raised in Wright. Lacking any real prospects, I eked out a living as a hunter. Might have tried my hand at something more exciting had I not also been trying to provide for the love of my life, Belinda. It was about a year ago that she accepted a commission from this Eulmore trader. Folk dealt mostly in antiques, but he had this bracelet in need of restoration. Bloody old with a questionable provenance, but supposedly it once belonged to royalty or some such. The Fangs of Orthus, he called it. Me and her had been talking about tying the proverbial knot. Buying land, building a home, that sort of thing. Around here, that might not take much, but it was still a lot more than we had, so when the trader made his offer, she didn't hesitate to say yes. I'd gone down to the shipyards to pick up extra tools and materials she needed for the work. Quality stuff, but it'd pay for itself 10 times over. But when I got back to Wright... Hyacinth had been busy. I'd at least a dozen newborn eaters fluttering about, trying to make sense of their new lot. Grandmother lived next door and shared the fruits of her orchard with us. A gruff woodsman who'd brought firewood to our doorstep in the dead of winter. Both of them reduced to mindless fiends, just like that. It wasn't time to mourn or to think. Started looking for Melinda. And there she was, alive and well. Our eyes met, and we knew it was going to be all right. We ran for each other, and... even now, a year later, it doesn't feel real. One moment she was there, right there in front of me, and the next she was... Hyacinth knelt and took the Fangs of Orthus, then left, feeding a host of sin-eaters out of Wright. But Melinda still couldn't see her as anything else. She wouldn't budge. She just hovered there and stared, waiting for me to end it. Well, I never say no to her. Not once in the years we'd been together. For all the times she'd welcomed me home with a bowl of hot stew. All the times she laughed at my crude jokes and gave me counsel when I was losing my way. For all that and more, I killed her. Swore then and there I'd have my vengeance. The Hyacinth would die by my hand. I carved the scars in my flesh to mirror the ones he left on my soul, an enduring reminder of the vow that I never dare stray from the path. There, all done. No need to wallow in it. Want my tragic yet trite tale to put you off your hunt. Stay with me to the end, sinner. That's the spirit. Still, I have some unfinished business here, so if you could give me a moment before we resume, I would be most grateful. Well, that sure was depressing. Fitting backstory for a fellow Dark Knight, though. Isn't it? Wait, it's you. It's really you. You actually came. I mean, never mind. Hey, you're here to hunt Andrea with me, yes? Of course you are. Why else would you be here? And once you know it, one of my hirelings should be returning with new information any moment now. Greetings, my lord. I am pleased to report that Andrea was recently sighted in Amarang, in the vicinity of Samuel's backbone, it would seem. Apparently, there was a right vicious spider what was giving folks trouble, and now that it's been turned, it's about a dozen times worse. They'd be grateful for any assistance. I see, I see. Well done, my friend. Your payment, as promised. Oh. Why bother going at it and about pestering the small folk for news when you can employ others to do it for you? The better to devote our precious time to rather more important matters, I say. And owing to my winning strategy, we may now depart for Amarang and the delightfully named Samuel's Backbone, for in pursuing the spider we may yet find its maker. Spiders are pretty neat. Giant spiders that try to eat your face are a little bit less fun. But chill spiders are nice. This is certainly the place. I gather those bones once belonged to dear Samuel, but I see no troublesome arachnid. It being a rather large desert, I had considered hiring a few trackers to hasten our search, but I have yet to spy a place where such individuals might congregate. Pity. Nothing for it but to roll up our proverbial sleeves and do the dirty work ourselves. We shall split up and search the sands for this sin-eater spider. Whoever finds it first may have the honor of slaying it themselves. And should we not find it, well, after we have both searched for a suitable length of time, I say we meet back here. Let the hunt begin. Okay, you're still keeping up. I was worried for a moment, Hestapoogle. You survey the surrounding sands, but find no trace of the spider you seek. Spooky, scary spider. Scary turtle, too. There we go. Oh, it's an arachnid. What do you mean it's not? Spidery enough for me, apparently. I think everybody here needs biology lessons. Whoop. Oh, hi. Well, this is a bad time to get an echo flashback. There she is, the Scourge of Norvrent, the Devourer of Souls. Balam quits. If we bring this mark down, they'll be singing ballads about us till the end of time. Never mind the king's bounty. Hells, we could buy ourselves a couple of castles apiece. Flanking maneuver, as discussed. Wait for my signal, then we'll strike as one. Damn it, she's on to us. Don't panic, we planned for this. We'll act as decoys while Renda Ray brings her down. Go, go! Wait, not yet, there's no need to rush this. Sod it, always so headstrong. Bugger me, my head, I can't... No, come back here! Finish it, you bloody bastard! Finish me! So sorry, it's all my fault. I'll not let it end like this, I promise. I'll kill that goddamned beast if it's the last thing I do. Yeah? Beast, you're like, nah. Hey, what was that just now? I've had headaches before, but the way you were thrashing about wasn't like anything I've ever felt. Well, at least you didn't insult me awake. Please don't ever call me a carrot eater. By the gods, and I thought we were lucky just to catch a glimpse of Andrea. But you're also telling me you were granted a vision of her past with this power of yours? So, 2 warriors killed while hunting a great horned beast. A beast their surviving companion vows to slay in revenge. I have heard this tale before, I know it. Ah, it's a common enough sort of tale, I suppose. Regardless, she's gone. Come, let's return to the Crystarium and celebrate your accomplishment. The table is set, so I bid you raise a glass with me that together we might toast your spectacular accomplishment. There's really nothing quite like a hearty meal after a job well done. Drink up, my friend, drink up! Had your fill? I've another few bottles ready and waiting to be opened. No? Oh, very well, if you insist. It occurs to me, my good man, that I've yet to ask you your name. So quickly did we forge our friendship that I hardly noticed until now. Svarin Darkheart. Reek and Svarin. Yes, I rather like the sound of that. Reek and Svarin, the daring duo. The brave bounty hunters, the scourge of sin eaters. Once we have slain Andrea, not a soul in Norvrent will not know our names. They shall ring out all across the realm. Ah, but I should dwell over much on the victory before the struggle. A wise hunter is prepared and patient. It would be prudent to send double, nay, triple the agents afield to seek out promising new leads. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're a gillionaire. Worried about the budget for our brave endeavor? Oh, don't be. I'm prepared to fund our activities as needed. No expense shall be spared. None whatsoever. Advance the main quest. Only so I can level up. Yeah, that would be really handy. Welcome back, sir. I wonder if anyone can sleep with the city in such an uproar, but will you be retiring to your quarters? Very good. In light of the present situation, I've had illumination prepared for all our rooms. No need to rush to the markets for lanterns or candles. Have a pleasant rest, sir. Yep.
So it's your lot's turn to be the Warriors of Darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out.
Been watching, have you?
Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Eulmore and then on to Armarang. And I was there when you slew the Lightwarden. Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder. What will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
So this is what the light was hiding. He's here. I must go to him.
Intruders! Fan out and find them! Out of my way!
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Sir Estinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the Warrior of Light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadowhunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own, they tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear the receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldessian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on another business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease. much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
Ha! From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
It sure does look like a Pikachu. Surprise Pikachu face there. Pardon Reaper off camera. Begging your pardon, sir, but do you perchance intend to head outside? If so, I would strongly advise you not to stray too far from Crystarium. Word has it Eulmore has dispatched its military to Lakeland. Given the timing, one can only assume they do not welcome the return of night. Even now, the Exarch is in the Ocular, deliberating a response. Yes, but we gotta make sure we put it diplomatically. Hail, sinner. Might this old woman impose upon you to travel to Fort Job in her stead? My son Chathwick is with the guard out there, and I have a package for him that wants delivering. I'd go myself, but my knees simply aren't up to the task. Hello, lady. Lady with a baby. Yeah, that should work. Ooh. Yeah, Sforin really does have a face like that. To the Ocular we go.
As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands. Laxon Loft, here in Lakeland. Eulmore has sent one of its airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Lightwarden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Indeed. 'Twas inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
My lord, I am come with the Eulmoren emissary. May I show him in?
A moment, Captain, if you would. Everyone, gather round. I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish. Enter. Well, well. The commander of the Eulmoren army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
The Lightwarden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Eulmore's interest in this?
His benevolence, Lord Vorthry, is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin Eater. Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Lightwarden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Eulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution. Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 Sin Eaters changes nothing. The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry. In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Eulmore's mercy, promptly. One last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
Am I imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
I fear he did. The General is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Eulmore's army since before Vorthry's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin-Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long, without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Eulmore chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
'Tis noble of you to say, Master Alphino, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Eulmore has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
He may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Eulmoran forces at Laxan Loft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia. It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Eulmore before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean generations of Minfilias?
Of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it. I think it best that you seek out Moren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He'll be able to enlighten you. Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right, though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for war.
we go. Yes, if you're looking after books pertaining to the Warrior of Darkness, I'm afraid most are out on loan at present. They are experiencing quite a surge in popularity. Right? This is a really cool library, isn't it? Oh, you wish to learn about the Oracle of Light? And it would be my pleasure to assist. After I have finished off some few outstanding tasks, that is. While I attend to them, perhaps you could fetch me a book. The Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light, it's called. Though it's intended for younger readers, it provides an excellent summary of the subject matter, and the artwork is quite lovely besides. I will not hesitate to recommend it to anyone with an interest in learning about Minfilia. Yeah. Probably the only collection of grade school picture books in the realm, let's be real. But you must see for yourself. The book should be located on a level below. Should I say, for while there is a place for everything here, not everything is always in its place, despite my best efforts. In short, if the book is not where it should be, it will almost certainly be somewhere it shouldn't. So, good luck! Yep. The book does not appear to be here. Swear to God. No luck as yet. The book does not appear to be here. Is there a stepladder we can borrow? Just as your eyes begin to blur, they finally come to rest on a copy of The Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light. Finally. You are not what I wanted. Have you found the book? Yes, I have. Yes, this is the one. I hope it wasn't too difficult to track down. I'm happy to say I've finished all my pressing tasks. If you want to call your friends over, we can begin learning at once. Hey, Alfie, get up here. Without further ado, then. It began 100 years ago, when the flood of light threatened to swallow Norvrend. Just as all seemed lost, a savior appeared who halted the all-consuming radiance. A maiden with hair of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. Naught was known about her save that her name was Minfilia, and for delivering the realm, she came to be revered as the Oracle of Light. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace, but 15 years later, her name would unexpectedly reappear in the annals of history. I love this picture. When senators laid ruin to the kingdom of Vobert, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's blighted touch. One with hair of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. She was hailed as the Oracle Reborn and came to likewise be called Minfilia. Enlisting in the Eulmoran army, this Minfilia fought and vanquished countless sin-eaters. Yep. Alas, like so many other soldiers, she eventually met her end in battle. This is a kid's picture book! Yet with her dying breath, she whispered unto her grieving comrades, Minfilia will return. And true to her words, some years later, another young girl was discovered, who possessed the selfsame eyes, that selfsame hair, and those selfsame powers. She too took the name Minfilia. She too fought sin-eaters as a soldier of Eulmore. And she too fell in battle. Many more were to follow in her footsteps, and so the cycle continues to this day. And that concludes the tale. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have saved Norvrent on numerous occasions. And were it not for them, we might never have learned of the Lightwardens and their nature. They sound like formidable warriors. Some, perhaps, and the truth is rather less simple. Though the Oracle is reborn with certain common traits, she does not inherit the memories or the knowledge of her previous incarnations. All of the Minfilias thus far were discovered as ordinary girls, unversed in the ways of war and ignorant of the power they harbored. While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not. But all were made to face the Sin-Eaters, and all died to keep our hopes alive. And what can you tell us of the current Minfilia? She was found by the Eulmoran army some 10 years ago and taken into their care. Or rather, their custody. She was a prisoner in all but name, for by that time, under Lord Vothry's rule, Eulmore had already abandoned resistance in favor of decadence. Minfilia was an uncomfortable reminder of the war they no longer wished to fight, a potential threat to the peace, and so they kept her under lock and key. For a long while, we heard nothing more of her. We couldn't even be certain she was alive, save that it was in the Eulmorans' best interest for her to remain under their control. But then, 3 years ago, a gallant soul stole into the city and rescued her from their clutches, just like a hero from the tales. Indeed. Well, I believe we now have a good grasp of Minfilia's tale. Thank you for your time, Morin. Oh, it's Thancred. Might I trouble you for a word, Svarin, outside? Alright, time to go break my ankles. As you have already surmised, the gallant soul who rescued Minfilia was none other than our own dear Thancred. Told ya! They have since been wandering the land together, never remaining in one place for long, which is why we have not yet had a chance to meet them. We know that Minfilia journeyed here as Hydaelyn's emissary to halt the flood of light. It could only be her that the people of the First witnessed 100 years ago, the original Oracle of Light. But while there's plainly some connection between the woman we knew and her namesake, the fact that these girls do not share her memories must surely mean they are not the same person. Thancred has to understand that. I have no doubt that he understands. The question is how he feels. Regardless, the Thancred we know would not forsake his charge. If she has been captured, we may be certain he will not stand idly by. There you go again, talking in your roundabout way. If you think we should rescue Minfilia, then just spit it out. It just so happens I agree with you. It's quite clear that this Minfilia possesses Hydaelyn's blessing. And it wouldn't hurt to have a second such individual on our side, right, Svarn? Wait. I see you've made up your minds. Exalt, what brings you here? A report and a proposal. First, the report. Our scouts have confirmed that the Eulmorean forces at Laxon Loft do indeed have Minfilia in their custody. For the present, they are holding her there, but we can be certain they will move her to Eulmore ere long. Should that happen, we may be forced to give her up as lost. So if we mean to act, we should do so quickly. Which brings me to my proposal. I ask that you entrust this undertaking to us, the people of the Crystarium.
You are doubtless eager to attempt Minfilia's rescue, and with your combined strength, you may well succeed. But as I said earlier, I do not wish to show our hand unless absolutely necessary. Twas not merely the night sky that you restored to us, but hope. Hope for the future of Norvrand. Unlike you, we cannot contend with the Lightwardens, but so long as hope burns in our hearts, we will fight on regardless. This I will prove to you. My friends, I thank you for gathering at such short notice. There is something I would ask you all. As many of you are aware, I received an emissary from Eulmore a short while ago in the form of General Ranjit. To my dismay, the General condemned the slaying of the Lightwarden, and warned me in no uncertain terms that, should the Crystarium cast its lot with the Warrior of Darkness, there would be war. Let none be mistaken. We would be hard-pressed indeed to resist the might of Eulmore. Some would even call it suicide. And yet my heart cries out to fight. Better that than relinquish the hope that swelled in my breast when I beheld the night sky for the first time in 100 years. Or so says my heart. My mind, meanwhile, reminds me that to follow my heart would be to risk everything we have accomplished thus far. Clearly, this is not a decision to be made lightly, nor less alone. And so I put the question to you all. What should we do?
My lord, you already know our minds. It brought tears to our eyes to witness the knight's return. The whole of Norvrand deserves the same, and not just because some children's story tells us so.
Eulmore's influence is far-reaching. Should war break out, trade would be subject to restrictions. The flow of goods will dry up, and we will struggle to make do with what little trickles through. But make do, we will.
Why? We can weather such hardships. Is that not the very thing the Crystarium was built for? We have always taken pride in our ability to sustain ourselves. Not just to endure, but to thrive.
When all falls down around you, rise up. Those were your words. There may come a day when all hope seems lost, but even should the rest of the world give in to despair, we shall not. We shall fight on, that our children and our children's children might know a better tomorrow.
Rousing words apart, I never much cared for those Eulmorean bastards anyway. No better than common swindlers, most of them. Wouldn't know a fair deal if it came up and kissed them on the arse.
Trust you to spoil the moment.
It appears we have a consensus. Let it be known that the Eulmorean host at Laxon Loft has taken the Oracle of Light captive. They fear the power she holds over the Sin Eaters, and doubtless intend to imprison her once more. So, I move that we rescue the Oracle, grant her a place among us, and let that be our answer to Eulmore's ultimatum.
Hear, hear!
Hear, hear!
In planning a strategy for the rescue, I open the floor to you all.
And there you have it. If Eulmore wishes to denounce us as villains, then we shall embrace our villainy. Will you do so as well?
We will not be outdone. Consider us your partners in crime.
My lord, our proposal is as follows. We begin by deploying Amaro to occupy the skies over Lakeland. They should serve to delay the airship's departure. At the same time, we scatter dream powder from the air. Not all will succumb to its effects, but it should thin the enemy's numbers, affording us an opening to swoop in and liberate the Oracle.
Very good. See to your preparations.
And what exciting crimes would you have us commit? Speaking for my fellow villains, I'd say we're capable of most things, though we draw the line at indolence.
If excitement is your desire, then I bid you join the guard. Captain Lena will give you your orders.
Oh, right, that was the introduction to the quest. So, you will be joining the guard, but however highly the Exarch thinks of you, you will receive no special treatment from me. Is that clear? Where's your salute, soldier? Better. More spirited than the Exarch's feeble attempts, certainly. Now, first things first, you will need uniforms. Go to the crystalline mean and report to Katniss. She will see you measured and fitted. Right? His arm is made out of crystal now. Come on. He can't bend it as well as he used to. Many here have a place in their heart for Minfilia. We must ensure this mission succeeds for all of their sakes. Oh, it's raining. Love the contrast of me in my dark armor with my cute little umbrella. Yep. Ah, and there's the last of them. Your friends are being measured as we speak. Right this way. We'll see to it you look your dashing best for your first outing. Done, are you? Let's have a look at those numbers. I see. How goes it? Sorry, Captain. I'm afraid we don't have anything on hand that's a ready fit. But we do have a few that are fairly close. We should be able to make them work with some minor adjustments. Very well then, see to it, and have the uniforms delivered directly to the field. I shall take this opportunity to brief you on the mission. As mentioned earlier, we will deploy a Morrow to scatter dream powder from the air. Once the powder takes effect, an elite unit will storm the fortress to rescue the Oracle. Her safe liberation is our sole objective. Engagement is to be avoided wherever possible. I assume we're to be a part of said unit. Correct. The unit will be divided into two contingents, one deploying from Fort Job and the other from the Ostal Imperative. You and Alfino will join the former. Svarin, meanwhile, will join the latter with me. Before you proceed to your positions, you are to report to Chesimil at Spagirix. She will issue you with a serum to ward off the effects of dream powder. We shall be on our way then. Take care, my friend, and we will see you in the field. It's quite far to the Imperative, so you may make use of an Amaro from the Rookery, after you have collected the serum, of course. Yes, sweetie, is there something you need? Oh, one of the guard come for your dram, are you? Here you go. A dose of this will keep you firmly in the waking world while your enemies are off in dreamland. Now, if this is your first time, I should warn you. Bitter as sin. Priest's kiss, they call it, but if you ask me, it should be Crone's kiss. Just aside, the stuff really is foul. Most people gag like there's no tomorrow. But if you don't drain every last drop, you're liable to end up taking a trip to dreamland yourself. So I must ask you to drink it here and now while I watch. Come on, give the old crone a kiss. Well done, sweetie. I'm proud of you. Why, if I didn't know any better, I'd even say you enjoyed it. And now you needn't fear falling asleep on the battlefield. Just have care you don't lose any limbs out there, all right? They don't tend to grow back. I mean, she's talking to a man with one eye. I think he knows this all too well. Still at it, are we? I thought you might be. I felt you had a bright future with Clan Nutsy, and sure enough, you're not dead yet. Which is more than I can say about some other poor sods. I've even heard whispers that you've caught the eye of our Eulmorean patrons. What, no one told you? The whole system we've got here in the Crystarium first originated in Eulmore. Once upon a time, a few perfumed gentlemen were bored out of their wits and desperate for entertainment. And so they pooled their considerable resources and started placing bounties on dangerous beasts to attract hunters. Their original intent was apparently to derive amusement from the gruesome deaths of those foolish and greedy enough to pursue these marks. A reprehensible pastime, wouldn't you agree? But people are stronger and more clever than many realize. Like you. One nut marks hardly pose a challenge to you now, do they? Oh, the more reason to pester Zyle for permission to take on 2 nut bills. So Haldur thinks you're ready to undertake 2 nut bills now, does he? How intriguing. Oh, why not? We are down a few ranking hunters, so perhaps you can make up for their absence. Do bear in mind that should you die whilst in pursuit of a mark, you will receive no compensation. You will also be dead, which will be an inconvenience for the both of us. We have great expectations for you, Hunter. And I think we'll call it there for the night. Thank you all for coming, and yeah, it would be very inconvenient.